Yeah, okay, so it just made a new key. That's dumb and annoying, and I would like that to not happen, because I'd like to just be able to click a go live button. Of course, enhanced broadcasting doesn't work. So you have to watch my stream in 72060 if you're unable to watch it in 1440. Stupid. Alright, whatever. I'll deal with it some other day, I guess. I think it was just having problems with doing the enhanced broadcasting plus encoding multiple times for the other things. Man, the thing that's annoying about streaming on multiple places is that they all have different fucking requirements and stuff. Like YouTube, you can fucking stream in 4K if you really want to. You can stream using any freaking codec you wish. Great. Except you gotta fucking make a new stream key every time you freaking start a stream, or you gotta make a custom key in order to keep it, which I forgot you had to do. So if your stream crashes, you gotta go and grab the new key. And Twitch is weird, and if you want to stream in 2K, you gotta also use enhanced broadcasting, so that it also does 1080p, otherwise it only does 720 in all the lower resolutions. And it's like, ugh. And I guess ads are starting again, so I'll wait for ads. Turn my volume down. God, it's so annoying. Who the fuck keeps pinging me on Discord? No one. It's just broken. It's just showing a notification for no reason. Alright. Yeah, Sriracha, your streaming annoying. It's very annoying.
Streaming is hard.
I mean, I guess I can see Twitch chat essentially on here, so I can just leave YouTube chat open. And YouTube's complaining about the bitrate, as it usually does. I don't know why it's streaming at a lower bitrate. I set it to use the stream encoder. Great, where the fuck did the Chrome window go? What the hell changed with Chrome? Why is Chrome not responding? Hold on. I'm gonna just fucking Alright. Google Chrome. What the fuck are you talking about? Fucking quotes around it. Of course, nothing is fucking working. Why is the Chrome UI fucking weird? What the fuck? Alright, let's restart the music. Alright, now you should hear the music. Okay. Stupid crap like this that makes it so I don't want to stream most of the time. It's like I don't even want to press the start button a lot of the time because I just don't want to have to deal with things when they fucking break like this. Okay. So I want to work on the stream overlay. I think there are a few things like the sit-stand mode. Oh, she stole my chair. She stole my chair. The cat stole my chair. SMH. So I'm thinking maybe rewriting this overlay in like another language, and making like an actual window that I just capture in OBS. But I don't know. That might actually be harder to do. It's like this stupid thing is fucking... I need to ban it. Stop fucking sending this tired of streaming to 0. Let's change that. Add me on Discord. Or whatever your stupid website is or whatever. I don't want to deal with that. Stupid things on Kick. God. Alright, so I am streaming to Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. Also, I should probably pin my Discord invite link. Put that there, pin, until unpinned. I'll do the same on here. I think I can pin this. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Definitely join the Discord. You can also view my stream on my other platforms. It's not that hard to find. Because I'm just in Spur everywhere, so. Alright, so I'm thinking of probably rewriting this in another language because I really hate dealing with freaking JavaScript. Oh. She's definitely a lap kitty. Sriracha really likes to come sit in our lap sometimes. Very nice. She wants pets. Alright, so I think I'm rewriting this in another language. At least like the backend stuff. I might eventually write like the actual overlay part and stuff in the other language, but it'll probably just stay as HTML pages that just connect to the WebSocket. Translating this over to like Rust or something probably isn't that hard. Although, like, some of this weird crap that I've done might be interesting to figure out how to do that in Rust. We definitely need one of my friends who loves Rust so much to definitely join the stream. Maybe I can try to get them to join into the chat here and give me some Rust expertise, because I do not know what I'm doing when it comes to Rust. I guess the first thing I should do is probably... I don't know why this fucking Chrome is like this, and every time I drag a tab out, it's weird now. And I don't know what changed that makes it do that, and it's kind of annoying, if I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so I'll make this window small. I guess I need JetBrains, Rust Rover. There we go. So download that. It's free for non-commercial use now. It's kind of annoying, actually, because I paid for a year of all JetBrains IDs, and then they fucking made all the ones that I actually want to use free for non-commercial use. I'm just like, why? I paid for a freaking license and now it's all free? I mean, like, you could still kind of use them without the license, I'm pretty sure. It would just, you're not really supposed to do that, so I'm like... But now they did this, so... Useless. Only I waited just a little bit longer. Okay, so we need to download this. So I'm probably gonna leave the overlay and dashboard in HTML stuff for now, because it's not that hard to, like, it's probably not that hard to translate the backend into Rust. But the main thing is I just really hate working with JavaScript. It feels like a pain, I'm gonna be honest. And I don't even know if Rust is a great language, but I also just need an excuse to try Rust and actually give it a legitimate try, because I've used Rust a little bit before and I did not like it at all. I hated everything to do with it. So maybe I can have a little bit of a better time with it if I actually decide to try and learn it. So where did this not automatically extract? Oh, it's still extracting. Okay. So I need to go to bin. Rust Rover. Start that up. Could activate my license. That one. JetBrains IDEs. Import settings, probably from here. Oh my god. Why did it go over here? IDEs running with enabled input methods that cause freezes. I don't know what that is, so probably. I do want to create desktop entry. Cool. That way I can add an icon to my dash. Okay. Open up Rust Rover. I guess I should open the existing project. Desktop. It's probably in WebStorm projects, because I probably haven't organized my files very well. So I can't close WebStorm. Don't close WebStorm, because my stream overlay is running. Install. Exit. Did somebody say Rust? They sure did. They sure did. I did. I said Rust. I'm thinking, are WebSockets any good to use in Rust? Like, one of the things, I guess I don't really need Twitch OAuth anymore, because I already have a key in refresh. In WASM or native? Why would I be writing WASM or WebAssembly? I'll just say WebAssembly. I'm just writing native code. For now, I'm just writing the backend. I'm rewriting the back end side of the stream overlay first in Rust. I thought maybe the overlay was a website. Well, okay, so there's the back end, which is just like a Node.js server with a WebSocket connection, and then there's the HTML page that has some JavaScript that connects to this backend WebSocket and receives or asks for information and displays it in HTML. So it is a the overlay is a web page. The backend that does all like the Twitch API calls and handling refreshing the Twitch token and all that stuff, or like controlling the RGB on my computer and whatnot, that's all backend stuff that I'm going to rewrite in Rust. Later I might make an application that like renders all this stuff and then make the dashboard into like an actual desktop application written in Rust, probably. Maybe same with the overlay, but I remember you said there was issues you had with getting a transparent window with stuff you were doing, so I don't know if that could be an issue, but it would be nice to do that, because then I can just have the I don't have to have a TTS audio capture device that I have set up. You probably go for Tungstenite than for WebSockets plus Tokyo. Yeah, transparent windows are a bitch on Windows. See, that's surprising. I feel like they would be more of a bitch on Linux. Or is it easier on Linux? I don't know if you... Tokyo is the async runtime? Oh yeah, I probably need some asynchronous stuff. That would be kind of nice. Interesting. Okay, so I've got Rust Rover set up. I do not understand. Can OBS do green screen? Yes. It can. I guess that is a way to do it, but... I guess, yeah, that is one way, but... I also don't know, like, if I want to completely custom, like, make everything that is rendered and all that, or if I want to, deal with just library hell and use a few libraries that do shit. I also thought about maybe writing the overlay in Godot, but that could be a pain, especially the transparent window situation. I don't know if it's possible in Godot. Need to wipe my monitor screen. There's cat hair all over the place. And dust, apparently. But yeah, OBS can do a green screen. Although it'd be kind of nice if I just make the window transparent. Although I don't know if OBS supports a transparent window on Linux. That could be another issue. Maybe it does. Who knows? There's dust and cat stuff. Darn it, cat. Where'd you go? There she is. You could probably do Rustlings as a Rust tutorial. Probably. Like, I've used Rust a little bit, but, like, I really hated doing it. But I was also working on a project with Wackery, who has questionable code organization and stuff. So it made it really hard to... Now I kind of want to write the front end of a stream overlay. You're welcome to write my stream overlay front end, quote quote. Although it has to be neat code. I guess I should start pushing this repository to my... I haven't done text shaping stuff with WebGPU. Fair enough. Also, I had a really bad start with the stream today for some reason. I'm trying this new multiple stream output plugin that most people seem to use. And I don't know, I just had issues with it. Also, I have no idea if you're actually able to watch my Twitch stream in 2K. And if you can't, then you're stuck watching it in 720p, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. I can't do enhanced broadcasting, because whatever this plugin is, it seems to want to create multiple encoders, even though I set it to use one. You're at 2K, so you can see the code real nice in here. So I guess I should start a new project in here. Learn. Install Rust up. Probably need something like that. This might take a while, actually. There we go. I love JetBrains. Yeah, you need Rust installed to use Rust. Yeah, that's true. Binary application is probably what I'm gonna select. No environment variables. This window. Alright. Well, let's make sure this actually runs. It looks like we already have Rust of some sort. I don't know if I can actually run Rust commands. I guess I have Rust. What the fuck are you doing, JetBrains? Leave me alone. Do we have like cargo and stuff? We do. Cool. Main command is cargo? Yeah, I figured. Well, we have cargo, so good enough for me. I need to stand more over here. So get some sun on me. Just a little bit. Alright. You sent me this. Copy link. Wish I had more monitors. I'm running out of screen space. I'm gonna completely miss any message that happens in YouTube chat. Not that anyone's ever gonna chat there anyway. Also, I don't know what the fuck happened with Chrome. I reinstalled Linux, so I had to reinstall everything, and for some reason Chrome is weird now. Like, if I drag Windows out, it's like this. So it's really hard to, like, put the tabs back in. I don't even know if that worked. You, Chrome SMH. What do you want me to fucking use? That's where all my shit already is. And Chrome has improved quite a bit over the days. Like, comparatively, like, using something like Opera GX had given me zero benefit other than, great, now all my shit is in another place. Including my passwords, my bookmarks, and all this huge mess that I have is now in another web browser. Whereas all my stuff is in Chrome and my Google account already, so I'm just gonna fucking leave it there until I figure out how to either fully migrate it somewhere else, but there's nowhere else I want to migrate it to because it all works perfectly fine for me for now, so. I'd use Firefox, but they broke all their fucking promises about privacy and stuff like that, so can't trust them anymore either. Unless they went back on that stuff, but I haven't heard anything about it, so. Small exercises to get you started to get you used to reading and writing Rust code, recommended in parallel to reading the official Rust book. Use the website for demo, info, setup, and more. Okay, so they actually have a website. I don't know if I'm gonna follow this because I kind of know how to use Rust. I just don't know where to, like, start, and like there's some code practices that I don't quite fully have a grasp on. And like some things too, like I'm not entirely sure how I'll translate them. So like I have this my chat commands and stuff, like the way I load it in JavaScript is kind of cringe, and I'd like to maybe keep something similar, but I don't know how to translate that over to Rust. So ads, god damn it. She's so cute. Why, they make you sick now?
No.
You just ate too many?
I just have eaten like almost the entire bag.
In like an hour?
No, since like I got them, so like you should.
But wouldn't you have gotten this like yesterday or something? IKEA ad SMH. Better than my ads. Cause I'll finish these in like 2 minutes. IKEA's not that bad. It's not quality, but it's also not garbage for the most part. Alright, welcome back from ads. I got me some candy. You know, you're talking about IKEA ads. It's better than the ads that I get, because I get ads that are in fucking Spanish now, so I don't even know what they're talking about. Which, in my opinion, actually might be better, because it means I don't understand what they're saying, so there's no benefit to me seeing the ad. And therefore, I'm not going to have any incentive to take any sort of action or buy any sort of product, because I do not understand what they're saying. So, welcome back. Okay. I guess, as I was saying, I don't know how I'm gonna translate my commands over, because the way that I load these in is a little bit cringe. I did not actually, the way I load these in is by using what are these fucking called? Class decorators? I didn't even know these fucking existed in JavaScript. I didn't know you could do class decorators in JavaScript. But like, that's how I register commands. Where is the where is this? Oh, it's right here. This just like registers a command into an array automatically. I guess you could probably do some stuff like that in Rust using like macros maybe. I don't know how messy that kind of stuff gets though, but it would be nice to be able to have something like that still. It just kind of automatically registers itself into the system. I just do what I do for that private server and have a static array of function pointers. Unless you do Jank, I don't know if you can do automatic registration. That's interesting. Well, because like, what happens here is, like, say the ping command, right? This register command is, I guess, somewhat technically a function in JavaScript, I guess. Yeah, it's just a function, basically, but what happens is, the class that it decorates, we create an instance of it, and then shove it into this commands array, and then that's just that it just works. The reason that I have to do this though is because You actually have to, well, load the command file in for this to actually be called. So I just load them all in. Welcome, first time chat. Hello, how are you? I have a problem with my headphones. Can you reply on chat? I will really appreciate it. What's your favorite game? Favorite game? I'd probably say Minecraft. I really also... Satisfactory is like the perfect game as well. I really like Satisfactory. So Minecraft, Satisfactory. Macros in Rust run at compile time and not runtime. We'll see if I could just have something at compile time that just like does some weird shit to automatically, then at runtime I can just automatically do some weird shit, and runtime I call that thing. I don't fucking know. I don't understand Rust that well, but it would be nice that every time I create a command, I don't have to frickin' have a function pointer or whatever to it somewhere that I have to add, because I'm gonna forget to do that. It'd be like, it's not the fact that it's more code to write, even if it's just one line. It's the fact that I'm going to forget to add new commands to it. I'm gonna rerun the whole thing, recompile and rerun, and we're like, why is the command not working? Oh, I forgot to add it to the fucking array. It's gonna be annoying. Whereas, like, when I make a command, I just copy this entire file, and it fucking automatically registers itself. Yes, I know it's a one line, but, like, that's the problem, is that I'm going to forget to add to it when I create a new command. When I remove a command, I won't forget, because I'll get a compile time error being like, what the fuck are you talking about? This function don't exist anymore. So, like, I'm completely fine with having an array of classes or whatever the fuck, or structs, I guess. But, like, well, it's not really that. It's just, like, it's annoying to, like, start it up, go into the chat, type the command in, say it's, like, a long command, or even a short command, and then nothing fucking happens. And I'm like, why isn't it working? Oh, I forgot to add it to the array. It's annoying. It's not that there's like, oh, it's gonna take an hour every time I have to recompile the thing. No, it's annoying. It's not that it has too time consuming, or that I don't want to add an extra line somewhere. It's just that it's annoying. I don't want to. That's why I have this way. It's just I create this and it just works. I'm sure I'll find a way out. We're not worrying about porting commands over yet, so. Okay, so everything goes in source. Then you have main Rust. So, to learn Rust, we need to figure out how to use probably just use their book thing and probably just go through a little bit of this. I don't care about that. Give me a hello world. We got that. Cargo. Alright, variables and shit, so we use let. I wish I could make this window always on top, but it doesn't freaking work, so... Also, I guess my webcam is probably somewhat in the way. Okay, so you gotta say it's mutable. Fair enough. Then you have constants. So you can overwrite the value of a variable by just redefining it. That's interesting. Variable shadowing. So why wouldn't you just set X to mutable and just do this part? Both variables exist, but one doesn't have a name. Why? It's an example. I get that. I get that. But also, like, why? I guess I can understand if you have, like, I guess I can kind of understand, like, in another scope like this. Shadowing it. But, like, why would you do that? Where would there be a case for needing to do that? We have 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. You're allowed to have integer overflow? Or does it panic? Oh, it panics. I'll lower my desk a bit. It panics in debug and overflows and relieves. Interesting. Okay, so functions can be declared any or after they've been referenced. Actually writing the live stream overlay, at least the chat part, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're... The chat display? Well, I'm not writing the... Right now I'm not writing the, like the chat, like the overlay that's on OBS. I'm writing the backend first, which is what calls all the Twitch APIs, handles writing and reading the database, chat commands, all that stuff. Later, I'm gonna write something that's the actual overlay in OBS. And that's where I can write like 2D falling sand sim and stuff on there too, probably. But that's for later. First, got the back end working. So you make a function, because in like C++, you could not do this. You would have to declare the function. You would have to declare the function above, and then you could write the implementation down here. But you definitely could not just this. Okay. A non-parentheses language. Yay! Yay, ownership. Oh my god, that's a lot of reading for stack in the heap. Variable scope. So S is no longer valid, so that's fine. The drop function. My goodness, this is a lot of reading just for ownership crap. Ah yes, the good old clone function. Interesting. So this is basically this string that's passed in here is just a reference, basically. But once you leave the function scope, it's dropped. Whereas if you wanted to pass, it's moving, yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Just moving the variable into this scope. I sort of meant by passing reference, kind of comparing to C++, but like, it's not passing the value by copy, it's passing the actual memory location of said object to the function. And in that, the way Rust works is then once you leave the function scope, it drops it. Whereas if you wanted to pass a copy of said thing, so if you wanted to keep this string object and not take ownership of it when you call this function, how would you deal with that? Would you just have this function re-return it? Or is there a way to pass by like pointer or reference? You'd pass a reference string, or more likely a reference string. Fair enough. Is it supposed to be reference or pointer? I don't know that language Rust is, because in C++ that is indication for a reference, whereas a pointer is a star. Technically borrow, but you can call it whatever. Ah yes, the borrow checker, my favorite. So I guess you could, but then, see, the thing that's confusing about the ampersand symbol is that when it's followed by a type, it's a reference. But if it's followed by an actual variable, then it's getting the address of that variable in memory. It's getting the memory address, so getting the pointer to it, essentially. Which is, I don't really use pointers too much in my code, my C++ code, because references are a lot easier to work with. At least, like, and I don't have to type symbols as much as I technically do, but technically it's not a pointer, it just creates a borrowed version. Interesting. So say you have the borrowed version and you do some modification to it. Does those modifications carry over, I assume? I just like to keep reading this. You need a mutable borrow. Mutable string. Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Okay. Return value in scope. Takes and gives back. So this basically moves, okay, so this moves hello into here. This just returns it. So then it gives it back. So now this is like, this is basically if you just defined let s3 equals this. There can only be one mutable borrow at any time. That sounds like a pain. I guess it makes sense though, but imagine multi-threading in Rust. I would probably die. So basically you're taking this string, moving it into this function, and then moving it back out of the function. Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. I feel like it's just like not clear that that happens by default, because it's just not necessarily the standard of how this stuff works. At least like syntactically, it's not like clear that that's what's going on. Because in most languages, this is passing a copy of S2 into this function. Whereas in Rust, it's moving S2 into this function. And if you want to pass a copy, you have to tell it. Which, I mean, it makes sense. You want to, I hate implicit copies. Yeah, I suppose, but also, like, it's just that that's how most languages do it. So, like, when it comes to Rust, it's not obvious that it's not doing that, right? At a first glance, it is not obvious that this is not copying. It's moving. And that if you want this value back, but yeah, it's just that, like, in either case, whether it's the Rust way or any other language's way, it's not clear that either or. It's not clear that this is not implicitly copying. And in other languages, it's not clear that... Yeah. It's just one of those things that, like, if I was reading this coming from C++ and I had no idea about Rust, I'd just be like, oh yeah, okay, this is going into here, passing a copy of it. And returning another copy of it. Just copying all over the place. SMH. References and borrowing. Can't be bothered to really read this that much. I'm sure I'll figure it out, but... Mutable reference. I see. Interesting. Looks like ads are starting in a minute. Scope. So if you make a mutable reference, or a borrow, I should say, inside of a scope, then you can, then it's released once you go out of scope. Yep. Ad starting in a minute, probably. So you can make as many immutable borrows. But you can't make... You can only have one mutable borrow. So you can borrow immutably as many times as you want. But you can't, because the underlying data will not change. Fair enough. Interesting. Is there a way around it? The unsafe block. Alright, we'll wait for ads. I'm going to go get some water and stuff. I will be right back. That's undefined behavior? Fair enough. But, like, what if I want the undefined behavior? Alright, I'm gonna go get water while ads run and stuff. Water is delicious. Okay, I am back. Okay, time to continue learning Rust. Hi, Sriracha. She's a cat. Look at her. She's so cute. Wait, why are you clawing on me? That he's so cute. She's so soft too. She's so soft. Look at her. Oh my god. I'll let you go. Sorry. Being annoying to her. Okay. Yeah. Now you can see it. Okay. Don't fucking claw my fingers. Let me see. Well, the fresh air from outside. Cat spotted. Yes, cat spotted. I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna sit. Oh, feels nice to sit. There we go. Okay. Rust spotted as well. I need to move the control for my desk go up and desk go down. Also, hopefully my audio levels are fine. I'm pretty sure they're a little bit quiet, actually. I might have fucked up with my microphone settings a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. I think my audio's kind of quiet. I don't talk very loud either, so... Could probably crank this up a tiny bit. I don't know if that's too loud still. I mean, in OBS, it's not that much louder. There we go. I just hate watching streams and the audio levels are all like messed up and stuff. It's not very easy to check my own. Okay. Dangling references. So you can't return a reference, I guess because the actual variable declaration goes away. Right, so you gotta actually move S. So you don't return a reference to it because this memory goes away. Instead, you just return S, which looks like you're returning a copy of it, but really you're returning moving S to someone else's responsibility. Using structs and structure-related data. Structs are hopefully a nice thing to use. Hi. You gonna take up my desk? Yes, she is. Too bad you can't see her, but she's there on the desk. Oh, she's so warm. Alright, let's see here. So you need to find a struct. Using the field int shorthand. Ah, I see. So if these are the same name, then you can just do that. Cool. Not that I would do that. I feel like it's not as clear what's going on when you do it this way. But cool regardless. Interesting. Okay. Very JavaScript-y. Interesting. You can find structs that don't have any fields. So what exactly are traits? I guess we gotta get to chapter 10 for that. So this is how you implement functions onto a struct type. What is this derive debug thing? To create an implementation of the debug trait. Oh my. I gotta learn what traits are. My nose is itchy. Got like a cat hair or something in my nose. Not a good experience. Traits are basically interfaces. So like trying to think. So basically like I don't exactly say an abstract class, but like an abstract class. It's like a thing that you have a base for that you can like create other implementations off of. Do we have something like abstract classes in this? It's more like interfaces. I guess I don't really know the difference between an interface necessarily, so I guess I'll have to read that section. Interesting. Enums. I love fat enums. What are fat enums? Take a look at message. EMs where variants can store data. Yeah, I noticed that. So EMs can store data in them. They're basically just structs. $1 billion mistake and null references. Sweater, you are shedding like crazy. Option enum and its advantages over null values. The match control flow. Oh yeah, match. So this is how you do your switch case, basically, I guess. Or I guess switch case with an enum, I should say. Do we have hash maps in here? Hash map. Love myself a nice hash map. Error handling. Probably I'll need some of that. Unrecoverable errors with panic. There's obviously an issue to do that. So I'm probably gonna want something like this for web request. Generic data types. Traits. Different types share the same behavior if we call them if we can call the same methods on all those types. It's a kind of an abstract class in a way. You can have default implementations. Looks like ads are starting soon. I'm gonna take a quick break here while ads go. Ads are almost over. Alright, welcome back from ads. Welcome back. Alright, I guess maybe it's time to probably write some code now. I don't care about writing tests. Iterators and closures. Do we have closures in here? Cheap viewers? Get out of here. Thank you, Wackery. Much appreciated. I'm tearing this bag apart. Because, yes. Much satisfaction in doing so. Get obliterated. Do you mind moderating Kick as well? Maybe even YouTube? Because every time I fucking start the Kick stream, I get this stupid bot in there. That is like advertising their stupid cheap viewers thing or whatever the heck too. You say hi, my Kick in YouTube. I don't know my YouTube URL. I think I pasted it. There we go. You wanna make yourself known in those places. Apparently I already have 10 followers on Kick. I only started streaming a Kick like a few weeks ago. So that's pretty good, I guess. I don't really advertise Kick that much or YouTube. I just decided today to start streaming to YouTube again just because I'm like I might as well stream to all the platforms. Because, like, streaming YouTube, I don't get any benefit from other than, like, it saves my VODs, basically, so. It's just easier than having to re-upload to... Alright, I really want to start actually writing some codes. I really hate reading this stupid docs. Smart pointers. Oh, God. That sounds complicated. Threads. I'm pretty sure with threads, I've got to learn about lifetimes. Lifetimes confused the heck out of me. Because it's just this weird, like, quote in a letter. I don't freaking know what it means. or why it exists. Working with environment variables, that actually might be important. That's a command line thing though. Asynchronous programming, definitely need that. Object-oriented programming in Rust. Hello over there on Kick. I will just call you Dust2 MP3. Welcome Dust2 to Kick. How are you doing? I do not monitor Kick chat very well, so it is very hard for me to pay attention. I need to really get my dashboard set up a little better so I have like the combined chats. How are you? I am doing well. Currently just browsing the Rust book. I'm thinking of rewriting my Twitch overlay stuff, which is in TypeScript right now, rewriting into Rust. Probably first I'm gonna rewrite the backend in Rust, and then focus on like the actual overlay part. But yeah, how are you doing, Dust? Also, over on Twitch, don't forget to redeem first, second, third, and then late if you can. You're programming Python? Interesting. Hey, Wackery redeemed first. Programming Python for network. Interesting. What kind of networking are you doing in Python? You making like a API or a website or something? For testing swarm UAVs. I do not know what those are, and you will have to explain what that is. For example, you have 50 drones. And you have to control them. I see. So your thing connects to a swarm of drones and controls them in some way or another. So what kind of application is this for? Like military or like shows? I know I've seen like people do like weird stuff with drones, and like the drones have like RGB on them. They can make like fake fireworks and like, you know, all kinds of shapes and stuff in the sky with a swarm of drones. So like art, I guess. Art show off. I don't know. If it was military, I don't think they'd be talking about it on Kick. Hey, you never know. You never know. It's for exploration. Interesting. So all these drones have like cameras on them, so you can like explore and scout an area, for instance. That seems interesting. You can map out an area. Yes, also I included AI, of course. Of course. Now, when you say AI, do you mean like a pathfinding AI, or like did you implement a language learning model into it, like ChatGPT? ChatGPT does the decision making. That's a little interesting. Or do you have like a custom trained model of some sort? No. No paying for ChatGPT? Fair enough. I guess, yeah, you have to pay for it to use their API, don't you? I prefer training myself. Fair, yeah, that makes sense. You probably also for privacy reasons. And it's also probably easier for you to run, especially if you're, say, in the middle of the forest, right? You're not going to be able to make API calls to ChatGPT necessarily. Whereas you can make API calls to your own, like, locally running thing. Makes sense. You probably also have to specifically train a model for that anyway. I assume. So, like, you would kind of have to train your own model. Also, ChatGPT is not correct way to do that. Yeah, I didn't think so. Hey, you never know. People have been doing weird stuff with ChatGPT and stuff like that. Alright, time to actually start writing some Rust. So, you suggested... I'm making computer vision? Yeah, I figured. ChatGPT doesn't really have computer vision. So you suggested using what? Tungstenite for the WebSockets plus Tokyo. Tokyo's async runtime. Okay. Nowadays, a lot of people can't think without ChatGPT. Yeah, that's kind of sad, actually. I don't use AI too much with my stuff unless I'm like really stuck. I really prefer asking people, but the problem is a lot of people are not willing to take programming questions. So like, especially from me, I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Tokyo Tungstenite, is that like the package name? You want to ask me if you're coding Rust or C++? I really like C++. I have not really used Rust that much. I've done a little bit of Rust, but I really didn't like it that much. Me and the borrow checker don't agree. At all. But like, C++ is the perfect language, but I wish they had freaking reflection. Why do I not have freaking reflection? I want my reflection. I'm gonna turn down the audio a little bit because I'm being a little bit loud. So, but like, I love C++ a lot. I really like using it, but when it comes to things like if I want to use JSON, no, I don't want to even mess with that territory because they don't have freaking reflections. It's just not easy to do. There's so much boilerplate code you gotta write. You probably want to look at Tokyo too, yeah. Also, where are you from? I am somewhere. That's where I am. But yeah, I'm in Washington State, the United States of America. Not a just country. Oh, the U.S. Nothing special. Nothing special. Are you from the USA? Yeah. Let me look at this Tokyo Tungstenite package. Rust. I guess I should search cargo or something. You can now draw text. Congratulations. I don't know if you're sending me anything in Discord. Yes. I love text shaping. Man, you gotta tell me when you send me things on Discord, because I literally cannot see that you sent me anything. I thought you are English. I suppose. I speak English. That's my only language. Why do I have 3 pings already? Where did I get pinged? Because when you speak fast, your accent going to feels like English accent. Not quite. Not quite. I'm sure I have, I mean, I have like, I guess a normal American English accent. Or just I can't understand. Fair enough. I assume you don't really speak English that well or something. I can try to slow down a little bit if that helps. Alright, so WebSocket stream. I need to be able to create a WebSocket. I also need to be able to connect to WebSocket because Twitch uses a WebSocket. There's a cat on my desk. Don't you dare click my keyboard buttons. She is shedding like crazy. Wait. Don't lay on my keyboard. Yeah, because English is not my first language. Yeah, fair enough. I can slow down just a tiny bit. I'm trying to learn. Fair enough. Okay, so how do you use this library wackery? What do you think about my English knowledge? Your English is fairly decent. Quite understandable. Check examples in GitHub. Where do I do that? What is this library? It's a thing for working with WebSockets in Rust, I guess. So Wackery, am I able to create and also connect to WebSockets using this, or is it just a... Okay, so there is a server, yeah. Client and server, cool. I don't know what Autobahn is. There's client and server. Hmm. So I guess where do I start? I need to... What is for this project? I'm working my stream overlay. I guess technically I didn't actually edit my kick title, did I? Should probably do that. Rewriting. There we go. Forgot to edit my thing. How did you merge sand simulation and web? I don't do anything with the web with the sand simulation. I forgot to change the kick title though. So now I fixed it now. But yeah, I'm working on my stream overlay stuff right now, so. The sand simulation though, if you want to see that, I could pull that up real fast. The sand simulation runs in C++, which is a very nice language for such a thing. I love showing this thing off, so I gotta just start it up. Get the sandbox. But yeah, you can just draw and have some fun. There are issues with movement, as you can probably tell, or chunks kind of disappearing, I guess. That's weird. There's just a little bit delay between us. Yeah, there's probably a bit of delay. You might have better luck watching on Twitch. Dude, how did you coded that? I just did. Lots of motivation and time. But yeah, the simulation does not work very well. It's got some issues. But overall, it's fine. Just thinking doing that makes headache. It has been a headache to make, I can tell you that. I do need to actually make the simulation more optimized, which has been a headache to think about, so... So, Wackery, which one of these examples should I be looking at? I guess first... I guess I need the client first. Probably both client and server, so just normal client RS. Alright, let's go ahead and copy this. The cat is on my desk, kind of using up my space. It's a little hard to use my desk. Add crates. Okay. I need to get rid of this. Just let that do its thing. Add required features for Tokyo. What is that supposed to mean? There we go. Consider importing this function. Features let libraries do conditional compilation. Why is this complaining? Go ahead and save that. To enable all the features. Alright, how do I do that? Change features to full. For Tokyo. I assumed as much. Okay, that seems a little bit better. Now I gotta wait 2 ages for it to compile for the first time. Cool. So we go ahead and run this. Well, actually, it's probably an error because it's trying to connect to nowhere. This program requires at least 1 argument. Looks like ads are starting in a minute. So what's the argument that this requires? Just a URL. I see. Figure out. Yeah, I figured. So let's figure out how this is working. Just connects STD in and STD out with a WebSocket. Interesting. So this is really all I care about right here. Interesting. So this is all I really care about. And then also this. Just some fun stream stuff, oh god. So I guess the first thing to do would be connecting to Twitch's WebSocket. So let's see, stream. Except for the part where it connects. Oh yeah, most likely. Looks like ads are starting, so I'll wait. I'll wait for the ads to finish. What's up, Sriracha? Oh look, you can see her. You're just stretching out and finding a new place to lay, which involves the very cute cat position. She's so cute. Waiting for ads to finish. Sriracha is a very annoying cat, but she's also very cute, so I can put up with it. Her cuteness makes up for the annoyance. She's also very loving though. She likes some good pets. And head scratches. "16 more seconds and then ads will be over." Looks like ads are over. Welcome back. I don't think that's the correct URL, but I could be wrong. So if we go over to here to index, we gotta go down here. This is actually our URL. So we make a string from that. That's our URL. We don't need any of this. I don't think. So we get our WSG. I need to make this smaller. There we go. That's a lot better. Okay. Now I can actually see the code. It splits the read-write halves of the WebSocket. Interesting. So we connect to the WebSocket, otherwise we create an exception if we fail. We get read-write. We don't need this, that's for sure. You don't need to do that, it has to do that because it needs to do fancy stuff with streams. You can just use the stream directly. Okay, fair enough. So let's see, WS stream. What do we gotta do here? There are a lot of options on here, and I do not know which one I should be looking for to do anything. There's send. Send, receive. Well, see, you don't actually send anything to Twitch's WebSocket. It's all just receive. So what happens is you connect to the WebSocket, they send like a welcome, and they give you just like an ID. And what you do is then you make web requests, you just make normal HTTP requests to Twitch's API, and you use your token, and you also pass that ID, and then you use that to tell it all of the events that you want to listen for, and it'll automatically, you know, pair that together and start sending you the events. So all I need to do is, I guess, first get a WebSocket open. So you can close it. For each. Okay. I'll probably copy this because I don't know what this syntax is. You have to use an async closure. So I'm assuming whatever's down there. Yeah. Let data equal message unwrap into data. So what is this unwrap doing? Then you can parse the message and act according. Panic if error. into data. There are many different types of WebSocket message. Wackery Smackery, welcome to Kick. Are there ads on Kick? Or are you just, I should, give you... Complaining about Twitch? Fair enough. Can I not, like... I should mod you on here. I can... ban you. How do fucking mod someone on here? Jeez. Wackery Smackery. There we go. You should be a moderator on Kick now. Yo, Helix. Welcome on YouTube. You should probably watch me on Twitch now. Sorry for the super late reply. Alright, so what exactly is data? Data is just bytes. So I need to parse that into JSON probably, because this all works in JSON, which I have no idea how to do that, so. You'll need srd plus 30 JSON. Interesting. Use cargo add. Cargo add. Yeah, I was gonna. What does -f derive do? Adds the derive feature. And then srd JSON. I see. Which lets you serialize, deserialize structs without writing deserialized code. Reflection. Or like, yeah, basically reflection. Check link. Oh yeah, I need to do that. So let's figure out how to use this thing. Alright, so I'm gonna have to make a struct that this can put its data into, I assume. Get rid of all this unused stuff. So I'm gonna need a struct. Yes, go ahead and import. You probably want from slice instead of from string. I figured. I'm not that stupid. Although I wouldn't have known it was from slice, but I probably could have figured that out. Are you? I don't know. Am I? Obviously, bytes is not a string, so I figured it was bytes and not a string. Alright, technically bytes is not from Rust standard lib, but is a recounted fat pointer to a set of bytes, but eh. Now the question is, how do I handle like different message types? Cause this sends different data. Enums. True. True. I just need to name it. Twitch web socket event. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a pain. What? Okay. Welcome to get other stuff for other nights too.
Yeah, I found like some like beef and rice.
Okay. Could also do breakfast for dinner. It would also be nice to just have breakfast stuff too. Yeah, we have plenty. No need to buy more eggs. Actually, I need to start eating those eggs before they go bad. Your cat is enjoying my desk.
Yeah, but
Why doesn't she lay on your desk? She goes over
Pet
there,
cat.
steps on the keyboard. Pet cat? Okay, I'll pet cat. She steps on the keyboard and mouse and turns the computer on, but doesn't actually do anything else other than... Okay, she comes over here and fucks around, but also lays down.
maybe because you're over there more often. I'm not sitting over here as often.
You've been sitting over there most of the day, and
No,
she decided to lay over here.
I'm just here. Yeah.
Her fur is shiny now because I pet her. She's wagging her tail over my keyboard though. There's wads of cat hair freaking everywhere. There's cat hair all over the place. Okay. I was not prepared for the cat hair that came with a cat.
He was not.
I was unprepared. No one told me about this. Or the constant claws to the everywhere.
Well,
Right. Okay. So I need to check this page. I could probably just look enum. Here we go. So enum message. Ah, I see. So I'd probably do something like this then. You gotta select the right tagging method. Oh my. Tag by type. Hmm. Interesting. So what is the tagging? What does a Twitch WebSocket even send? I guess that would be that's a good point to look at. Event sub, I think. WebSocket. So after the welcome message, you get a notification which contains the event's data, BRB. Back. Cool. So this is a welcome message. You get this metadata, message D, message type. So this tells you the type of message that you got, and the time, and then you get the payload, which is the data. This is your like session ID and shit for the welcome. Then you get keep alive. I don't really care. I don't think you really need to do that. This should hopefully be handled. Notification gets a little tricky. So every event, Twitch event you subscribe to is in a notification message. So you always get this, you know, metadata, but it'll tell you the type of notification that it is, and then in the payload the data is going to be different based off of whatever this is. So in all cases, you get this metadata payload thing. And metadata is seems to always have these three. But when it is the notification one, you get this extra. You could probably have structs for the message metadata and an enum for the payload. And use the default tagging. Right. Sending DM. Okay. We'll take a look at this. 'Cause I don't know how to actually do this. Got more text working now, it looks like. That's pretty cool. So you could probably have structs for the message and metadata. And then enum for the payload. So I don't understand Rust very well, so let's copy this and see what you just sent me. So Twitch message comes with a payload. Forgot commas. Lol. Someone dragging something on their fucking car around. I don't fucking know what's going on. She's sleeping while sitting up. You're a silly cat. She is a loaf. There's a loaf on my desk. Forgot commas in the enum after event. Let me see. So you'd have an enum for the payload. Where did I put the metadata though? I assume that just goes in here. Inside Twitch message is another struct, yeah. So I'd have then... Why is caps lock on? So I guess I need another derive. A struct for the metadata. That's not right. I don't know what you think you're talking about. Are you supposed to put semicolons after these? Or some shit like that? Or is this just being fucky? I don't fucking know what this is doing. Okay. So we need to look here again. This is what we get. Although these two are optional. So I don't know how to deal with that. Option string. Ad starting again. My goodness. Alright, why is this erroring a bunch? Oh. What the fuck? Hate that. Ad starting in a few seconds. Alright, I'm going to take a few seconds to go find myself a snack, I think. So, try deserializing and DVG the output. What? Debug. Prints is struct out. Interesting. Can you not just normally print a struct? Anyway, I'm gonna go get a snack. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I found a snack. The cat is on my lap now. She's so cute. I love her so much. She's my cat. She's not technically my cat, but she's my cat. She a big loaf now. Alright, I'm gonna move just a tiny bit so I can go forward. There you go. She's so warm. Ah. She wants scratches. She's on my lap, so I'm obligated to pay attention to her now. Okay, she's off my lap, so I'm unobligated to pay attention to her now. Now the snacks are in my lap. Okay. So I think payload also always returns subscription and event. Subscription is just the information about. And the event is the actual thing that I might want as the enum. So we look at WebStorm, because I do have this kind of typed in here. So you get payload.event. That's the thing that actually changes. You do a weird way and read the metadata, then deserialize the event payload into the right struct. So I think... I don't think I really use this subscription field. Because this just tells you the details. Or like, I already know these details. This is the only part that I care about in the payload. So the other thing I do is I was trying to think about how I want to design. Or I guess the other thing is the there is a session. So payload, really payload depends on the message type. I feel like it'd be nice to be able to deserialize this in like pieces. So like if I can like first get the metadata, and you're like, okay, the message type is session welcome, then I know that I need to read payload like this. The payload's always going to be like this. So this would be the whole payload object. But say I get the type is notification, then I would know that there's also this value on the metadata. I can read this to know what data goes in the payload event, because payload's always going to be subscription and event when it's notification, but then I need to read this to know what the event type is. Interesting. So I can do Serde JSON value, which basically just leaves it alone until I need it. Okay, that kind of helps. Because the way this is like laid out, it's really hard to just set it up as like a linear thing. It's gotta be... I've gotta be able to do some if statements and shit. It does use a bunch of Alex and stuff because it uses hash maps and vex and enums, but it still should be blazingly fast. I mean, like, it doesn't need to be that fast. Like, I'm not running this a bajillion times a second and need it to be, like, super optimized. It's just, like, as long as it doesn't take more than a second for it to do. Like, a second's probably awful still, but, like, I could work with that. If it doesn't take more than a second, then I can work with that. You can also swap out message type with an enum. True. Probably subscription type as well. So we always want to read the metadata. So this isn't payload. It'll be a Serde JSON value instead. And that way I can read it later. You can do that. I'll just copy your thing. Sneak case. So you can do session welcome, or those are the only two that I actually care about. So message type will be message type. Yeah. probably same for subscription type. The problem is that those values are like specific strings that contain periods in them, which is annoying. I don't know if this knows how to handle that. Because you have like channel.follow. So something like that. I also need this. Okay. Need a comma. Channel. Was it like chat message? I think it's channel chat.message. It could be wrong. Yes, channel chat.message. So we'll hit those first. Where'd the little menace go? She's on my girlfriend's chair. Try actually deserializing at this point. Well, some of this isn't really set up all the way. Let's just uncomment that for now. So, let's see. From slice data, and we need to return this. Expected. You need to do a reference pointer? What the fuck is a reference pointer? Let JSON equal that, I guess. Consider... Oh, do I need to tell this the type? Here we go. I don't know how to fucking do generics things. Turbofish syntax? Oh. Weird. And then I can just print this. I guess it's not JSON, but... debug... Twitch message. To-do panic message. That's a perfect panic message. Run. Ah, stupid snake case. Failed to connect URL TLS feature not enabled. What? You have to configure TLS? I don't know what that is or how to configure it. I don't really know what TLS is or how to configure it. That'll use pure rest TLS and embed the certs in the binary. That sounds like a pain. Nope. What did we get this time? Why do I need a crypto provider? Why do I gotta install cryptocurrency on the mic? No, I'm joking. Why do I have to install Bitcoin in order to use this? I know it's not cryptocurrency. Oh boy. Crypto provider being for generating your cryptographic numbers. Your encryption keys for encrypting your passwords. Okay, so I need to do this. Cargo add rest TLS. I'll wait, because he told me to wait. Oh, okay. And then I need to call that function. don't know why, but like, I'm just gonna put that there so that people are confused if they ever read this, which no one ever will be, so. Alright. What was it this time? End of file. Are you getting handed like ping events too? Yeah. Oh, does this WebSocket library not automatically or do that automatically? Do I have to fucking manually fucking reply a ping event? God damn it. I pull this up, please. Yeah, they send ping. Your client must respond to standard WebSocket ping frames with a standard pong frame. If you fail to respond to the ping messages, the server will disconnect from the socket. Most WebSocket client libraries and browsers automatically handle ping pong messages for you. You'll have to match the resulting message after unwrapping it. I have no idea what to do with that. If I read the RFC and match the message to unwrap. I see. Because message is an enum. So what do I gotta do here? There should be a lint to fill the fields of math match. And it looks like ads are starting soon. Quick fix or whatever. I see. So if it's ping, might actually have to split the WebSocket. Why? Can you not send? Message Pong default. Wait, unwrap. Ads. Hello, Kick now. Welcome back. Alright, so this is complaining because WStream's not mutable. I don't know why I need this await unwrap bullshit. I guess probably I do. You'll need to split. Hold on. You'll need to split because for each uses WS stream. Ah, I see. So let read write equals WS stream dot split. Then use read for each pane. Alright, hold on. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Had to go look at spices that we had stuff. Okay. So you will need to split. Okay, so we need to split this. So we do actually need to do that. Let read write equal ws stream.split. And then we need to read dot for each. Write dot send. The await is because the async and you need to await it. I think it's read write, but it might be write read. I think so. That seems a little better. Cannot borrow immutable variable write as mutable. You know what? We're just going to go back to here and see what they did in their little example thingy. It is write read. Okay. Mutt right. Also, you could probably come back to Twitch now, unless you're gonna continue to refuge there. How do I get rid of all these? I think it's just an underscore to fucking default, because I don't. The only one I need to the only other one to respond to is binary then. Twitch time. Welcome back. Sorry I had to go for too many minutes there. Apparently also my phone was not on the charger, so it's about to die. Does Twitch send down binary or text? I think it sends text. It sends JSON, so I assume text. Maybe it is text. I mean, technically, it always sends binary, but I would assume it's probably text, though. MSG. You can probably remove the ones you don't need and replace it with unknown print line. I don't know what. Fair enough. Unknown. Then inside a text we can do all this. Might move, I'm gonna probably move some of this more into like a function. So then let data equals probably as string, I suppose. Oh. No, no, that's not what I wanted. Alright, why is this erroring at me? Captured variable cannot escape function mut closure body returns an async block that contains reference to variable. What the fuck is this talking about? Move message async. That did not fix it at all. That's not a real thing. Oh, so you mean to go here? Alright, what the fuck's going on? So we have a message. Cannot move out of right. You need both. So like that, you mean? Move message async move? Nah, it's still complaining. Why do I gotta do this shit? Async moment. No, I already tried that. That doesn't work. Then it just gives me this nonsense. So why is this complaining at me though? I'm guessing instead of read for each, you're going to have to use a while let loop. This is why I don't use Rust. Because there's only one proper way to do everything, and it makes it impossible to fucking experiment and... It makes it impossible to experiment and prototype and all that, because you have to just do it the proper way the first time, but a lot of the time you don't know the proper way. You just want something to fucking work. Whereas in Rust, you just gotta fucking do it right the first time and follow their weird rules. Rust async is less than Rust. So now how the hell am I supposed to, how the hell do I write a while let loop for this? Read needs to be mutable. Okay, I'm just going to then copy all this. Get out of here. Camera Mantis, welcome. Rewriting. Yeah, I'm rewriting the stream overlay stuff. I guess I should scale up the text size a bit so it's a little bit more readable. Okay, that seems to work. As stream. Let's see what happens if we run this. Oh, look at that. I finally caught your stream. Congratulations. Also, don't forget to redeem second, because no one's done that yet. Congrats, you've done Rust. Async Rust fucking sucks sometimes. I bet. Async everything sucks. Alright, but we have a connection, although it did fail. Oh, we get some other things. So I guess we kind of need that. Why is there a bookmark here? Alright, but we did get the Twitch message, which says session welcome, payload object. Cool. Made in progress. Now we need to make API requests to Twitch. Also, hopefully my mic is not like too loud or anything like that. Sounds painful. I mean, like, I've already got all the code for this, but I wrote it in a different language, so now I'm trying to translate it over. Some more tedious than painful then? I guess, I suppose, yeah. And because Rust is a little bit more involved than cargo add request Rust TLS web. You can consult web requests. Yes. So now that we've received our session welcome, I guess another thing is we need to actually read the Twitch tokens and stuff and handle re-authenticating those. Though technically my other stream overlay is running, so. But essentially, when you get the session welcome, we then need to send API requests to Twitch to tell it what events we want to listen to. But I'm gonna need my Twitch token for that. So, it's one thing to read the JSON file that contains my token and stuff. Where is it? The Twitch auth JSON. It's one thing to read that, but then you also have to handle I'm not gonna open it. You have to handle validating the token and refreshing it. Well, I don't use an in file in here. I just use the well, I guess I do. But I use that for something else, I think. I think that's just for like the client secret and stuff. I don't remember. Regardless, once I've done Twitch auth with this, I don't need to do it again, technically, so. Yeah, just use it for the client secret. Yeah, request is what you need for sending HTTP requests. Yeah, I need to send it. I'm a stream, see ya? Alright. You should stream to Twitch and stuff. Also, my webcam died. Adds FML to kick. Yep. Hold on. My camera stopped for some reason. Why did my camera stop? Food. Doxing myself. Here we go. Whoa, kick. Welcome back. Okay, so. But once I've done this, it goes into this Twitch auth. But something I gotta do is, technically before I send any request to Twitch, I need to validate the token, and if it's invalid, I need to refresh it using the refresh token. And the other thing that you're supposed to do is, I think you're required to validate the token. I think you're required to call validate or refresh every hour or something like that. What is this?
It's a firefly.
My girlfriend just came in here with whatever this thing is.
It's from the Ren Fair. Its butt lights up.
I see that. Hey, there's a cat. Cat spotted.
There's a cat.
There's a cat spotted.
His belly also glows, but you can't see that because it's daytime.
I wish we had fireflies here.
It'd be cool. I've never seen one.
I used to be super excited about them when I was younger. Because I lived somewhere where they had fireflies. I'm just waiting for this ad break to be over so I can continue doing what I'm doing. Alright, looks like ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. There's a cat, as you can see. There's a cat. There's a cat. Meow. Meow. Okay. Which size are you making it in? I just want to make sure. Probably. Well, actually, does this go in oven or is it just a stovetop thing? Because I don't remember. Well, I don't remember, but you could also use the big cast iron skillet if you really want to. The main reason I got it. You make big things. Yeah, I remember because I made this, I made like the smaller portion of it because otherwise it was way too much food. Back on Twitch, welcome back. But yeah, you can just make that the normal default. That should make enough for us to have for a few days. Let me know if you need help and I can probably finish up whatever the hell I'm up to. Alright, what did I get sent here? Cargo ad request F. Oh yeah, that's just a request thing. So the other thing is I gotta actually do handling of the refresh token. We shouldn't be too hard because technically I already have the code for it. Yeah, I already have the auth JSON. I guess I should move all this into here. Is there a way to tell this to just fuck off if it doesn't understand a message? I'm joking, kind of. It'd be nice to... You should make a struct for Twitch and handle it there. Oh yeah, of course. A Twitch class. Twitch API. So we need a... We'll do a few lines. Public struct. Add a variant and use Surday other on it apparently. Why? I'm not serializing into this though. Oh, you mean for the other thing I said, make Surday shut the fuck up if it doesn't know a value? Cause like this crashed because it got session keep alive for message type. Where the fuck that is? Unknown Survey attribute. It doesn't matter. I'll just implement it for each. Ah. So like that. Or unknown. So I guess then the thing I need to actually do in here is use the Twitch message. Yeah, that's a little better. Let me scoot myself in a little bit. So, let's see. Metadata dot message type. Can you combine like two in here so we can do like message type unknown and then also underscore? Think you can do that? You don't need to? Oh, fair enough. That's true. Use of moved value. Is this fucking doing something to the value? Yes. Get out of here. Are you not able to just print line a struct? You don't want to print line it then? Ah, you can. See, that's the other thing that's fucking nice about fucking reflection, which C++ doesn't freaking have. You want to fucking print the struct? You gotta fucking manually write out each value. Great, thanks. Which is so annoying, because it's like, I just want to print this thing. Essentially, there's a lot of values, and I want to know all of them. It's just like, I don't want to manually write a whole print thing for it. It's a whole bunch of lines of code. I'm a lazy person. Why can't the language do this for me? We need, like, C+++. Although, what happened to C++? Anyway. Print line. What's the hashtag for? Pretty print? I see. So we should be able to run this. I think you can safely ignore... Yeah. So we got session welcome. We should get like unknown message type in a second. Yeah. Received some close frame library reason. Connection unused. Do you actually have to reply to keep alive or something? Because it seems like a connection gets closed if I don't deal with it. Do you have to pass the bytes from the ping to the pong? Probably. I think this mentioned something about that Pong. A Pong frame sent in response to a ping frame must have identical application data as found in the message body of the ping frame being replied to. Yeah, so we need to pass that through. So rather than default, you just put message in here. Cool. I'm learning Rust, everybody. I'm learning Rust. Okay. I guess I should actually just implement the other types. Although I'll keep this unknown just in case, because it would be kind of annoying if it crashed. Okay, I'm gonna make this smaller and put it over here. So we get the keep alive message. So session keep alive. I'll do these in order actually. So we get welcome message, session welcome, keep alive, session keep alive. We get the ping message, which doesn't come with any data. Then we get the notification. Reconnect message is sent if the edge server that the client is connected to needs to be swapped. This message is sent 30 seconds prior to closing the connection, specifying a new URL for the client to connect to. So session reconnect. A revocation message. Revocation message is sent if Twitch revokes a subscription. The subscription object's type field identifies the subscription that was revoked, and the status field identifies the reasons why, or the reason why the subscription was revoked. Okay. Nope. Why is this selecting the wrong windows? There we go. Okay, so we got that. So we got all the types. This is already a big mess. I'm gonna clean up this bullshit. Get out of here. Should you need commas after these? I don't think you do. Doesn't look like it. That's really weird. I'm not gonna log this. There's no reason to do that. Alright, we'll try running this and see if it stays alive. So you got session welcome. We still get closed. It's probably because I don't actually subscribe to anything yet. That's probably why it's closing. Actually. Guess we can look at the docs, because it probably closes the WebSock if you don't do anything. You have 10 seconds from the time you receive the welcome message to subscribe to an event unless otherwise specified when connecting. If you don't, within the time frame, the server closes connection. I see. Okay. So we actually need to subscribe to things. So it's time to get the Twitch API set up. So I already have a Twitch API thing here, which I'll probably just kind of clone this. So I have the client ID, my user ID. I need to read the credentials, the access token, and I need to know the last validated time. So these are the values, and then these will go in implementation. We also probably want private implementation for like internal functions. Can I put constants in here? Probably not. I guess I need to do string. I guess these could be outside of this. Insper is a word. Leave it alone. We probably want these public. Twitch credentials is probably another. Can you add private fields? Private, no mod. Public, public. Can you add private fields in here? Everything is private by default. So I need a struct which is some values that I need to figure out what those are. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Everything is private by default. Of course, of course. Private access token. I guess I can just get access token from Twitch credentials. So we can just comment that out. Last validated. How do you do dates in Rust? Oh god. Third-party library. We're just gonna comment that out for a minute then. Or if you just want, like, has it been XYZ, then use instant. Well, probably. Because I just keep a validated at timestamp and then figure out how long it's been since then. So I don't really need anything special out of it. I just need to be able to compare timestamps, whether that's Unix or whatever the hell. Well, really, I just need to know how long it's been since last validated, so. Rustling struct instant. Interesting. I probably need... At the very least, probably just getting something like this, the Unix timestamp. We'll leave it alone for now. This is just validation stuff. Just use instant, it's not that hard. Well, the problem is this isn't running the entire time, so I need the actual timestamp. I need to know the last time that I validated. Because if I validated it, right, yesterday, if I last validated the token yesterday at 5 p.m., right, and I stopped the program, so it's no longer calling validate every whenever it's supposed to and whatnot. And then I start the program up today at 2 in the morning. Could you just validate on startup? I could. I think I already do that. Well, technically you have to, I'm pretty sure you have to, good practice is to validate every time you make an API call, but then you also have to make sure that you're doing the refresh token every hour. Or something like that. Because I think if you don't refresh the token, then your stuff kind of breaks. So I'll wait for ads. Ugh, these ads. Did just refresh at start, did every hour after that? Yeah, I suppose. Though I don't remember if it lets you refresh the token if the token hasn't expired yet. I think they get mad if you do that. Or the API is like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you refreshing me? I'm not invalid yet. But I also need to look at my refresh logic again, because I don't remember, So I don't need this access token thing. I need this to be serializable. Ah, yes, ads. ads are amazing. Because they give me money. Oh my goodness. Probably earned like a half cent from these ads. Welcome back, everybody, from ads. Okay. Alright, I can deal with all this shit later. I need this. Because I need to read a JSON file somehow into that. So we need to tell this is named that, but then we need to follow the Rust way of snake case. We're going cross JavaScript. There's also but then again, I don't actually then need to store that if I just validate at startup. Which I think is already what happens. Because then I'll end up validating the tokens expired and I just create a new anyway. Man, I don't understand the Twitch validation logic completely, so... All I know is that I need to... public function, probably want to create from... Twitch. Why did this fucking think this is how you do this? Who knows? You should be able to do last validated elapsed greater than duration from seconds 60 if you're using instant. Fair enough. I'll probably just do that then. Did I close the tab? I think I did. I'm probably just use instant. There's no reason to really save the thing. So instant.now. So we can do last validated. Cannot have anonymous parameters? What are you talking about? Oh. Right. I'm used to C++, okay? Why does this want to import string from there? Well, I guess I need to, this just needs to be fucking a to-do. So we don't need last validated on there. To-do macro. Is that really a thing? Unreachable expression? What are you talking about? It always panics. Oh, is it because the to-do? I see. Why is this complaining about the public here? Is it because I made this public? And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh. I see. So if I don't want a function to be public, I just don't make it public. Okay. What a pain. So I guess we need private function for validate token. We also need one for refreshing a token. We also need function for just base get requests and stuff. I guess you probably want a string that, because it's gonna just be hard coded anyway. And because it's get, you probably also want to be able to send data of some sort. So I gotta figure that out. JSON. We'll just send JSON, I guess. Get data. Same with patch post. Well, I guess not with get. You're right. Yeah, post and patch. Yo, Swashbuckling Fox. Thanks for the lurk. You can probably use generics so you can just pass things that you can serialize in. That's true, but I don't know how to do that, so I'm not... I guess I should call this the body. How do you do generics? Also take reference as self instead of self. Thought everything was already a fucking reference anyway. these also need to have a return value. So that's annoying, but we'll deal with that later. When I actually know what the return types are and shit like that. Send post request T serialize. Yeah, I got that. Which means anything that can be serialized? Yeah, I figured. This is another thing where C++ kind of fails, is that like templates, in order to do generics like this, or generics, you gotta fucking write templates, and then you gotta fucking write the implementation in the header file. Time to add request. Yay! Ah, this is such a pain. I love Rust so much. Best language ever. Can confirm. Can you believe it? It's almost Christmas. I sent you the command. I think I already installed it. Yeah. I just don't use it yet. Also, now that I got my home server fixed, I can set up the actions workflow stuff soon. I need to figure out how to do it in a Docker container though, because I really don't want to install the binary and stuff. I don't want that shit running on the actual system, if that makes any sense. I don't want your code compiling raw on my system. You get scared? Who's jingling a bunch of keys? I think it's a mailman. Yeah, Sriracha. She's standing right here, right out of the edge of the frame. You can see her ears. She's so cute. Sorry, I gotta give the cat some pets. She's a loaf now. She has loafed on my desk. She's not a perfect loaf though. She gotta tuck her feet in a little bit more. But other than that, this loaf, the quality of the loaf
Pet
is
cat.
Yes, pet cat. The quality of the loaf, I would say, is about 7 out of 10. Oh, she's stretching out now. Yeah. I love her little tuxedo. She got a little bit of white fuzz right in her neck. So cute. Alright, well. Swashbuckling Fox said hi on YouTube. I don't pay attention to YouTube chat, but welcome over to YouTube. Kitty, yes. The supervisor agreed. You can see her stretching out now. Nice office, also. I really need to pay more attention to the chat on other things. I just don't have them all combined, so it's really hard to watch them. I really don't want to write the Twitch API code again. This sounds like so much of a pain. Alright, well, let's just do it. So you sent me this. Oops. I'm gonna need that up still. You can always find the Rust book. I'm gonna need the server from there later. Oh yeah, get T. Don't use that anymore. I don't think I'm gonna use Nextcloud, to be honest. Or Podman. I'll close up some tabs. Request get await text. Okay. How do I set headers? You're probably going to want to create a client. Probably. So I'm gonna probably need this. So we need a client. So example, making a request. You would do client.get. So if we did a get request, we would do this. Self.get. Probably should make these functions async, annoyingly. Same with these. Yeah, client.get. I don't know why. I don't know what this is complaining about. So we need the default Twitch thing. The API is different with a client. Fair. So we need to look at what that is. Send await unwrap .json. So I'm gonna have to fucking type these two then. The AI. I'll need to set the headers. Request bodybuilder. This is such a pain. Call header a bunch. Yeah, I figured. Because you need the... authorization. Hey, it heard me. This is the wrong thing for client ID. So what is this returning? Unused result response error. And is there a way that I can type this too? Because I'm gonna want to be able to type this with the response JSON, or the actual struct that I'll be getting back. So I should be adding the type into here. JSON T on the response. Jesus Christ. And then that should return T. So then we need to let T equals that. Freaking typing shit wrong. T doesn't implement debug. Why? Alright, we don't actually need to fucking print it, it's fine. We can print it outside. And actually we can simplify this and just do that. Or can you not? Oh, the semicolon. There we go. Rust is weird. Rust is interesting. Leave off the ending semicolon. I hate that that's the only way you can tell if it's returning without the return statement. That's weird to me. But okay, so we got something going on here. I don't know if you actually need this. I need to look at what the actual headers are. So if I go to send get request, I think the URL is always the same when I send something. Yeah, I think it's always this. It'll add the content type. You could always just explicit return. Fair. Okay, so we just need this part. This part's the part that is custom. Oh yeah, I need to do content type. Get requests, authorization, client ID. Looks like ads are starting in another minute. So I need to actually add the URL. The other thing we need to do is self-validate token before. Why can't I call that? Taking self instead of, oh, I forgot. Yeah, I see. Validate token. We'll add our lovely to-do macros. If you want to modify the struct, you'll have to pass in a reference to mutt self. I see. I just forgot that I needed to change it on those. Oh, I guess refresh token probably needs to be mutable. Ads. Yeah. Why are ads? Why are ads? Waiting for ads to finish. Waiting for ads to finish. Should probably check in on YouTube. Nothing new on there. So all right. Welcome back, everybody, from ads. Where's the Twitch point reward for remove ads? It's called subscribing. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch sub each month. You could totally use that. But yeah, if you subscribe to a channel on Twitch, you don't get ads on that channel. You could also buy Twitch Turbo. But yeah, I can't remove ads now, though. you. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend Turbo unless you're like a power user of Twitch, or not like a power user, but like a power watcher of Twitch. Then I can see Turbo being actually kind of useful because it is actually cheaper than subscribing to all of the people you watch, probably. But Turbo does still support the creators you watch when you watch them. It does make up for the missed ad revenue. I think it pays a little tiny bit more, but not much. Actually, I think it pays quite a bit more for missed ad revenue. But yeah, you're welcome to subscribe to the channel. That makes it a little easier. It also supports me, so I can keep doing more streams like this, where I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Alright, so I need actually a serialized type and the return type for both of these. I think you can call bearer auth to add authorization header. Yeah, that seems a little bit cleaner. Does it automatically do content type JSON? Make sure we do this in here. Because this is really the only place that I need to validate tokens. Or do the token validation, technically. And then in there, that's where I check to make sure... Well, the first thing to do is checking the time. So, if the time's up, I have to revalidate. Or I have to do the refresh. Even if the token's still valid, I'm pretty sure. Or something like that. And then after that, I can then check. Okay, if the time's not up, then I can check if the token is valid or not still. So, like, if it's been a long time, then... I just started, so if I just started the program and it's been a long time since the last refresh of the token, then it'll probably fall into that section where it's checking to do that. Okay. I can smell that sausage. I really like jambalaya. It's really good. Alright, well this is pretty much the same for both of these, except it's a post request and then a patch request. And then I actually need to set the body on both of these. Use .json. Do I do .json and then send? And then when the result I can just, I see. I also need to tell this that we are returning R. Do I need to do this? Reference body, I see. And then this is going to be the same for patch. I need to return R. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we got the basic functions now. So these are our basic functions. I'm actually going to put all the private ones in a different impool just so they're out of the way. I'm not going to handle these at the moment. They will panic because yes. But these should work now. Then I can do the public functions in here. So I guess the first one we need to actually do is subscribe to an event. So I'm just going to copy that. Pub async function. Ah, yes. Subscribe to event, reference self. Record string unknown condition. Right. So I'm going to need that. Something's gonna have to implement that struct, essentially. Or is it better to use like a trait for that? What exactly is the goal? Okay, so Twitch has, for these you have to send it a condition that's basically like the values you're listening for, like the user ID that your thing is listening to chat messages as, and then whose chat you're listening to. For example, each of these pretty much has you probably just take a assert JSON value and use JSON macro to construct them. Maybe, although I don't quite know what that means, but maybe. Also, this needs to be lowercase. Probably not gonna return anything. Alright, so we need to self.send post request. There may be a library to talk to Twitch. That's true. I could try that. I thought about it, but like it's so stupid simple to just write it yourself. And like it means that I can design my things the way I want rather than trying to follow whatever fuckery a library is trying to make you do. You're welcome to send it though, because especially in Rust it could probably actually save me a lot of time, to be honest, to just use a library. Because with Rust, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and like, once I know what I'm doing, I can just rewrite this shit myself then. Interesting. I mean, I could, but like I've already made it this far to implement shit myself anyway, so you could probably just use it for Helix. Yeah, that's probably the part that's really the hardest to deal with, especially with all the types. Oh, because I'm gonna have to create fucking struct for every fucking return thing. And Twitch docs actually kind of lie about the types. Like, it'll say the type is a number, but it actually returns a string with a number in it. It returns the string representation of the number. So it's like, okay. Nightmare. Yeah, and like, I don't want to deal with that. So if someone else has already figured that out. For the WebSocket stuff though, and like the rest of it, I can do that. I want to do that myself. It's not that hard. Like I already have all the type definitions for most of the stuff written anyway in TypeScript, and to translate those to Rust is like not hard. But yeah, I am getting kind of exhausted from all this Rust code, not gonna lie. And I smell some tasty food being made and I want to go help. So, going to play MC? Alright, I'll hop on the MC later, but you need to make sure I don't stay up too late. And you need to make sure I actually set up your fucking workflows thing you wanted me to set up. So, yeah. Thank you everybody for watching the stream. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I will see you all later. Let me go ahead and run the credits. I don't think we had anything eventful happen. And while I do that, let's see if there's anyone I can raid out to. I don't know if there's anyone live right now. Let's go to IRAD. We'll raid Irad. Alright. Yeah, we don't really have anything eventful. Thanks to everyone who chatted. Thanks to everyone who lurked. Thanks for watching the stream. I hope you enjoyed. Had a little bit of a rough start with getting streaming set up. I reinstalled Linux, so oh, the nightmare that I've experienced from that. Anyways, I will see you all later. I will probably stream tomorrow, so